Yes, that's the rage. Whenever you.
All right, Dr. Johnson, live stream's ready. We're ready to go.
Okay, thank you so much, Alan. Welcome everyone to the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners. Happy New Year. And I will now call the public session of the board to order. And the first order on the agenda, of course, is the approval of the minutes.
All right, Tracy, go ahead and display them.
We have 2 minutes to approve of the December meeting on the 13th. We'll do that one first. Can I have everyone have a chance to look at that? I know it was sent out to you. Are there any additions, corrections?
Dr. Johnson, I noticed that that when we talk about the rules, they're kind of running into each other, and I don't think there's anything substantively wrong with that, but I just think that we just need to put that into some paragraphs. I think that was just a minor mistake.
Looks like they might have dropped out for a minute. Dr. Johnson might have dropped out from a second.
Okay.
It looks like
he's
Mary Payton has her hand raised.
come back in. Dr. Johnson's out for just a second, Tracy.
Okay.
He's coming back in though. Wade's there working on it.
Is Jacinta on?
I am.
Oh,
Good
do you see
morning.
what I'm talking about in the when you discuss the rule making?
Yes, I think that's when Mary had her hand up because we were gonna
Okay.
probably find out if we need to add it completely because I know they didn't previously have the rules in the public minutes, so that might just be a question.
Okay.
Can y'all hear us now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, we had some technical difficulties. I'm hoping it's solved. Dr. Johnson's ready to get started again.
Okay, so we're approving Dr. Horton has made a motion to approve the December 13th regular meeting, and I need a second for that, please. Second. All in favor?
Mary had her hand up.
Mary has it.
Who has a hand up?
Mary Payton.
I did, sir. I
Mary.
was just answering Ms. Sport's question about
Oh, okay.
the paragraphs. That's the way that prior to, I guess, June of 2020, we would list the the regulatory report in the minutes because it does take up so much room.
Okay,
So that was why it was like that.
okay, it's fine. It was just different, so I just called it out. Fine
Yeah,
with-
problem. Just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, so everybody in favor of accepting the minutes of December 13th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Then they pass. Now for the minutes of the special call meeting of December the 30th. Have a chance to look at those.
I will move to approve.
Yes, I have this is Valentine.
Yes, ma'am. Dr.
Good
Valentine.
morning.
Good
Good morning and
morning.
Happy New Year. I remember making this motion for this special call meeting, but it's not recorded that way. So just
Yes, you
calling
did.
that out.
Can we make a correction of that, Mary? Christie, tell her what your motion was, as you recall.
I think they just have the wrong, they have Dr. Taylor making the motion, but I remember making that motion. So that's, the motion is correct. It was just,
I see.
I think, yeah, a typo there.
So, Dr. Valentine, you're correct. You did make a motion. There was two motions. They were both the same motion, and Dr. Taylor had made his motion first. And that was why we listed it first.
So I think there was we actually changed that motion and amended it or something along those lines. I'd
There
like to
was-
have it.
There was a motion to amend it, but that motion failed. And so then we returned to the original motion for a vote.
I think that I know, well, I don't know if it was recorded or not. I remember making that first, I remember there was an amendment, but I remember making the first motion because Dr. Johnson called my name and I said, I'm just ready to make the motion. And something along those lines. So
Certainly, Jacinta and I can go back and rewatch it and make
Okay,
that correction
good
if there's a correction.
thank
Do we need to rewatch that and have these come up at the next meeting? Mary, is that acceptable?
That's fine.
Okay, very good. So we'll just put off the approval of the December 30th special call meeting approval until next month. Vincent, would you call the roll, please, now?
Dr. Batson. Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor. Dr. Weather.
Here. This is Taylor.
Dr.
I'm here. I'm
Horton.
sorry. I couldn't find my mute button.
Taylor's here.
Here.
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Here.
Ms. Sport.
Here,
Dr. O'Neill. Here. Dr. Valentine.
Here.
Dr. Clark.
Here.
You have 9 members, so you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Vincent, would you read the housekeeping details for us, please, for the
Just to
public?
remind everybody, the meeting is being streamed on YouTube with a 15 to 20-second delay. It's also being recorded as approved by the board. I'd like to invite everybody that wants to make public comment to use the public comment at lsbme.la.
Getting feedback. I think Dr. Horton's laptop, maybe.
Trying to figure out which one.
Yeah, Dr. Horton needs to mute. There you go. We're good.
Okay. I'll remind all of our staff and board members that your mics will be muted and to use the raise hands function to be recognized. And ask once you're recognized, please state your name before speaking. I also advise that if you mute your mic yourself, it may be difficult for Mr. Phillips or anyone else helping us out with this meeting to turn it on for you. And if you have any additions to the executive session, we have to do them now or before we go into executive session. And there'll be some agenda items we would like to add. And if you want to talk about that now, we can do that now, sir.
We will in just a moment. Also, now, if we could, let's have a moment of silence for our colleagues and citizens who have been lost to the pandemic of COVID. Okay, thank you so very much. The next thing on our agenda is follow-up action items, which contains under it an overview of the board's complaint and investigation procedures. Ms. Ford, I believe, is
Ms.
going
Ford,
to
Dr.
visit
Creswell are
about
going to
that.
present this.
Ms. Ford and Dr. Creswell, please.
Okay. I think everyone will recall that a few meetings back, we reviewed an outline of what the complaint procedure was. And then we requested that this be put into a plain English narrative so that it could be put on our website and maybe put into a pamphlet or something that can be available to the public, to attorneys, to our licensees, to any stakeholder, be a public document. And we went through a number of drafts of this, and it's still in draft form. And today we're trying to get your approval of it in substantive form and allow us to make some very minor changes. Ms. White worked on the draft. Dr. Creswell worked on the draft. Ms. Wilton worked on the draft. I worked on the draft. And at the end of the day, when you have 4 people working on a draft, you normally miss some commas or something that's been moved somewhere else, and it might be repetitive. But in substance, it's all there, except for one thing that I was reminded of this morning by Ms. Wilton and Dr. Creswell. And Dr. Creswell, would you like to please tell us what we missed when we said that complaints can be made over the phone?
Sure. In the one section where it states that we accept verbal complaints, and that complaints can even be made by phone call to the Department of Investigations, and it gives the phone number. There's a caveat I just would like to add to that, stating that we cannot move forward with those verbal complaints unless we receive a signature on both the complaint as well as a release signed that we can send to the physician, so that we can send the complaint to the physician. We've always been able to help people. I've had complainants who are unable to read or write. We've always been able to help them and assist with verbal complaints, but it is required that we have some form of signature on the complaint itself and a release to send to the physician in order to move forward. And so I just want to add that caveat if this is going to be on the website for the public, just to make it clear.
Ms. Ford, is that the only, and Dr. Creswell, is that the only substantive change?
That's the only substantive.
Well,
That is. And I see Ms. Wilton has her hand up.
Excuse me, go ahead.
Ms. Wilton has her hand up also on the same issue.
Ms. Wilton, your comments, please.
I can defer to Dr. Clark. I believe he has his hand up as well. And Dr. Thomas.
Okay, Dr. Clark first.
First of all, Happy New Year to everyone. I think it's very well done. I just have a question because I don't read very well. But under the Bertucci hearing, I guess is what on the first sentence, after it says, under the parentheses, an administrative complaint, close parentheses, with the board, comma, the license must be provided with a draft. The license must be provided? What is the license? The license. It's a typo, it should be licensee.
Yes.
Dr.
Okay.
Dr. Collada, can you please advance the screen to this section? Because we're looking at, I believe, the wrong section. Perfect.
Okay,
I
what
don't
page
have,
is that on?
The
Tracy's
license,
doing that because we have technical difficulties here.
the licensee must be provided. Okay, the licensee must be, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Can you tell me what page it needs to be on?
30.
30, okay.
Dr. Thomas?
Dr. Clark and Dr. Cresswell answered both of my questions, or they addressed both of my requests.
Oh, good. Okay, so Ms. Ford, I guess I'll ask you this. Would you like a tacit or a de facto approval of the draft for now, for you to bring it back with these changes and additions for next month for ratification, or do you want a formal vote now? What would be correct on that? And maybe Mary would chime in on that.
I know what I would like, which is a formal vote now, and just let us make these little tweaks to it, and have it, and it'll be ready to go. There's the substantive.
Mary, would that be satisfactory with these changes that we heard discussed, which were indeed minor, for us to have a vote?
That's the pleasure.
I couldn't hear you, Mary.
Oh, if that's your pleasure, I believe both
Okay,
Dr.
good.
Thomas and
Then,
Ms. Wilton still have
then
their
I'll
hands
ask
up.
for a vote on this document you've had a chance to look at.
We still have
Dr.
hands up, Dr.
Thomas?
Johnson.
Yes, Dr.
Pardon?
Thomas and Patricia Wilton, both have their hand raised.
Yes, just back to the Bertucci section. The last two sentences, I'm a little bit confused about.
So essentially, just to kind of clarify what the Bertucci or 961 meeting.
I guess it's just the wording of it that is, it doesn't read, it doesn't flow.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe there's a comma missing or.
This conference may be attended by the Director of Investigations. Yeah, comma, the board. Yeah, there's a comma missing.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
It should just
sure.
be the conference instead of this conference, huh? This, so we still start sentences with this? I don't know. I'm an old school, went to English a long time ago.
Yeah.
There definitely needs to be a comma after Director of Investigation.
Is
These are the
that-
types of small things that we know we need to fix. We finally got the almost final draft minutes
And that
before
needs to be
Jacinta was sending out the agenda. But we felt that the substance of it was there, and that we could move forward with board approval and not have to delay this another month.
Ms. Wilton, your hands up.
Yes, sir. I was just going to echo Ms. Sport's preference to have the board approve this this document with the understanding that the couple of punctuation additions and the one clarification that Dr. Cresswell correctly pointed out needs to be added would be made. And then we could close the book on this. It has been going on since the summer, and we've all worked on it, and we think we've distilled it down to a very workable, plain language document that is appropriate for the function that we want it to serve. And if the members would be so inclined to go ahead and approve it, I think that would be the most efficient way to get this project behind us and move on to other projects.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilton. Are there any other suggestions or worries about the structure of the document as it stands with these changes, minor as they are? If there are not any, then I would like to call for a resolution of this. Or is there a motion to accept this then?
Whether so moved.
Motion that we accept.
Yep. I'm
Second.
sorry. Dr. Taylor moves and Dr. Horton seconds. I'll take a voice vote on this. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Then this passes. Once again, I'd like to thank all of the folks on the board that have, and the staff that have worked so hard on this board in particular, Dr. Creswell, Ms. Wilton, and everyone else, Mary. This is going to be very helpful to us and really appreciate your work on this. All right, what else under the legal expenses? Vincent, would you go through that as an explanation of where we are on some of our hires and the justification basically for them?
We have been presenting data to you, and you asked us to do a full year's review. We have the summary of the full year's data. Because the data in the full year does reference specific cases, it is the advice of counsel that if we look at specifics, we would have to do that in executive session, and it is prepared to go into executive session. However, based on our recommendations and review, this is the financial justification for the hire of an attorney in the in the Division of Investigations.
So Vincent, this basically justifies what we believe to be, of course, it'll all come out in practice, and we'll continue to monitor the financial situation of all, basically every FTE anyway. So we'll see if this indeed does save us some money. We hope that it will and be more functional for that division and for Dr. Creswell and all the folks in the division. So if there's do we need to vote on this or anything, or is this just something we'd ask you to do?
This is something you asked me
We
to
don't
do.
really need a vote. Everyone there's the justification for that we ask. We're trying to be financially responsible in every action that we take, of course. And there it is. Any questions about it? If not, then we'll just move forward with that. I think we're well into the process as it is. We thank y'all very much for putting together something. I think this is a good practice, Vincent, to do this on any sort of new FTEs that we create. So let's see. Next, we have under follow-up actions, a physician laws and rules course. Dr. Collada, if you would discuss that with us.
I would certainly invite Ms. Susie to participate in this. Susie has put together the detailed new laws and rules course, working very diligently with Dr. Creswell as well. And this is the outline of the course. I think the important thing is for you to approve this. And we're about ready to put that up with the quiz. And the recommendation from the staff is to have the people take this once a year, get 3 hours of CME free from the agency toward their 20 hours, all physicians and DOs. And this is in line with the recommendation of the Compliance Council, who believe that people need to be advised of the rules because sometimes they come to hearings and then were unaware of the rules. And since the rules change frequently, you give it every 3 years. There might be a rule change somebody could say I wasn't aware of. You take it every year, it's going to be a little bit harder, but you get 3 hours of CME toward your hours of 20. And I think that's a fair bargain for everybody. So that would be our recommendation. And if you have any questions, Susie and I and Dr. Creswell, I'm sure Pat chime in to answer them.
Well, we appreciate Ms. White pointing this out to us. We think this is obviously a good thing. You can't have too much quality information in real time in this day and age. And the fact that our folks, despite having to have yet another thing to take a test on and whatnot, what better than the rules to know, because it's so important in their practices and day-to-day professional lives. So I think you think that 3 hours is appropriate for that. Vincent's given quite a bit of thought to that. I think 3 hours is a good thing.
To physicians and surgeons, I think it's very appropriate.
Okay, very good. Well, then we need to have a vote on this.
I think you should.
Any questions, suggestions, or anything before we vote on this? If
Yes,
not, I'll accept a motion to. Dr. Valentine raised her hand.
Yes. Yes, I wanted to know, would it be appropriate to include something, an area where if there were a new rule or something we wanted to educate our licensees on, that it's just kind of a catch-all area, so this doesn't have to come back to the board for approval and can kind of evolve as the rules evolve?
Certainly, that would please the staff and not having to delay any of these things. So just so you'll know, whenever there's a rule change, of course, each of those rule changes in process are always part of the public session. We notice those rules, and by usually to all of the board members when they are complete, they go out in the process of the rules, and the changes of the rules go in to the members, to the licensees, in the form of the newsletter, and then they would be on this test as well. And so if you want to give us this discretion to do that without coming back to you, we would appreciate that very much.
Well, this is in addition to everything. So everybody will understand this effort here, and that Christie's asking is in addition to the other ways that we make the rules, bring them to attention, but having the CME and the test just makes it almost ironclad.
Yes, sir.
Which is great. So Christie, would you like to add to a motion to accept this with that caveat?
Sure, and it could be just a number 12, like on this list, but just because, this is going to evolve and change so that you can make the test. Also, it may be new rules or something else that you'd want to kind of add to this section as a number 12.
So Ms. Allen's hand is up as well. Can we do that when you tell us what else is on your mind, Susie?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think, as you probably remember beforehand, physicians just had to take a 3-hour orientation originally in person, then online, and it was just their first renewal. And so you have a lot of people, out there who read the rules maybe once, from 2016 when we first started doing this online, but then tons of people who haven't really looked at the rules in years, if ever. So, this basically does have the effect of forcing physicians to read the rules. And, we do not test them on everything, but we test them on things like safe prescribing, et cetera, the more crucial aspects of physician practice. In terms of Dr. Valentine's request, what I can do, a couple of things I just want to mention. Sometimes we have a discrepancy, as you know, between when something is passed as a law and when it becomes a rule. And so within the course, what I usually do is I have a note like, note, according to law, you now have to do thus and such. This has not yet been passed. So I sort of have a little, something highlighted that does point that out, that you still have to do this, but it is not yet in the rules. But the other thing I'm happy to do in response to what Dr. Valentine said is just have, as she said, some kind of section, separate section that says, these are the most recent things. Look in topic number 4 to have the updated and accurate, nitty gritty on this. If you want the nitty gritty, they're going to have to go through the whole document anyway. I mean, this is a Word document. In the learning management system, it'll be slightly different, but you're forced. I can't control whether you spend 3 minutes or 3 seconds on something, but you're forced to go through it. So we will have whatever changes occur in there, but I am happy to highlight, things, a separate section saying, please note that since last year or whatever, the following 3 things have changed or whatever. I'm happy to have just sort of a little update page in particular, like make sure you know this because this is what's changed. I'm happy to, put something in there to that effect.
That is what is new, so to speak. Okay, thank you so much. That's exactly what I believe Vincent wants and we all want. So, Christie, I need you to, if you would, please, Dr. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill has his hand up.
Yeah, I've had my hand up.
And Dr. Cresswell, yeah.
So we're talking once a year?
Yes, sir.
Don't you think that's going to be seen as a very significant ask for the people we license? I know you're giving us 3 hours of CME. We all do these compliance hours every year. You guys know how bad those can be if they're poorly done. Some of these things are terribly done. I'm just wondering, every year seems to me extreme. I'm just wondering if it should be more like every 3 years, every 2 years, but every year seems like a big ask.
It's a good point. I think it's been discussed quite a bit amongst the staff. Vincent, if you'd respond to that, as to why you, despite your deliberations, came to a yearly situation recommendation.
Dr. Cresswell would point out that New York takes it every 3 years. I think the problem is that we are on record as saying that people need to be advised of the rule changes on a regular basis, so they cannot claim that they were unaware of those rules when they get to their Bertucci hearings, for example.
Who
Can I comment real quick?
This is a recommendation of the Compliance Council at meetings about 7 months ago.
Okay.
And so we're just trying to go along with everything that the board wants to do. And this will maintain a recommendation that they are always appraised of the rules as they change.
Sure. Let me make a quick comment, guys. When I originally proposed this medical jurisprudence course, which kind of evolved to this, my vision was to mirror what is done in Texas, but expand upon it. Okay, so in order to get a license in the state of Texas, you do have to take a medical jurisprudence course so that they are aware, so that the licensees are aware of the law and rules. And often when I'm meeting with licensees, I hear, I didn't know this rule. I didn't know about this. Oh, this updated, I didn't know. And so I think it's very important for the physicians in this state to know these rules. But I agree with Dr. O'Neill that I don't think I didn't mean for this to be overly burdensome. Okay. I do think, similar to Texas, similar to New York, similar to other states, this can be done every 3 years, and we can update if new legislation is passed and make sure that this goes out to all of the licensees. Again, my goal is to really teach the doctors in this state what our laws, what our rules are, and how they pertain, so that if they receive a letter from the Department of Investigations and it's about our chronic pain rules or about prescribing to family members in CDS, it's not something that they've never heard of, because not only did they read about it, they were tested on it, and if anything new comes up, it will be updated. But this is not meant to be something that's overly burdensome. And I do think yearly is probably a little overly burdensome.
Dr. Valentine, do you have a motion on this? Vincent, Dr. Colada's raised his hand.
I have no problem if you do it every 3 years, every 2 years, every year. I want you to understand, though, that we have for years, before I got here, for most of us, we were weren't even on the board, annually and regularly throughout the years, updated any new rules, sent them out in the newsletter, and we put it on the website, and nobody read them. Okay.
Right. That's why
so this is a way to assure that they have been educated. Now, if you're still going to be faced with the person that's going to come in and claim, I didn't know the speed limit was 75 miles an hour. And if you want to give people a break on that, that's fine. But this is the solution that can be derived that's going to solve the problem of people saying, gee, I didn't know the rules changed. Well, they didn't read their emails. They didn't read their newsletter. They didn't go to the website. This way, they have to do it.
We understand that. Thank you so much. I think this is an excellent discussion. Comes down to how ironclad do we want to have this for our licensees who end up in front of Dr. Creswell with rules violations. Dr. Christy Valentine, do you have a motion, including how often we should require the testing?
Yes, I do. I hear Dr. O'Neill's point So I think that I like the test, and I'd like to move that we have the testing as a requirement. This once, I'll say, I mean, I'm leaning towards once every 10 years and going towards board certification, you know? So I'll make the motion for once, we take this test once every 10 years. Because I agree that if you don't know, it's not that the resources aren't there. And when speed limits change across the state, you're still going to get a ticket, whether you know or not. Not knowing isn't a defense.
Do I have a second for every 10 years to pass the test on the rules?
Colette White and Susie Allen have their hand raised.
Ms. White?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to just point out that this is an effort to educate your licensees, doctors especially. And when they don't know the rules, they don't follow the rules. And if the board's mission is to protect the public, then we ought to do everything that we can as a regulatory authority to make sure that they are apprised of rule changes. This test is not, I don't believe it's onerous, overly burdensome. I don't believe that it's a situation where you fail the test and you lose something. It is simply an educational tool. So I have to agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Collada. I think that the board ought to make a point of making sure that licensees have every opportunity to know and understand what changes have occurred. As you know, these changes can occur every single year with the legislature. The fact that there is a section, there's been a suggestion or recommendation by Dr. Valentine to include a catch-all section, which could include those things that change each year, is an excellent, it's an excellent idea. If physicians have to take CMEs every year, I don't know exactly how that works depending on your area of practice. I know for attorneys, we have to take a certain number of CLEs every year, and that is determined by the length of time you have been licensed within the state. So forgive me, because I am not a physician. I know that doctors are extremely busy, but I'm not sure how making a 3-hour course that's designed to help and improve not only the quality of care that physicians provide, but the health and well-being of the patients when physicians know the rules. I'm not really sure how that is overly burdensome.
Thank you so much, Ms. White. I
Yeah.
understand exactly where you're coming from on this. I think we're down, the concept itself is well received. But the discussion really centers around the amount of how many years between. It sounded to me like, Vincent, that maybe Dr. Creswell, that New York and Texas had this every 3 years.
I don't know about Texas.
Larry,
Texas, you only have to take it once upon initial licensure.
What about New York? Do you know?
New York has certain requirements similar to the opiate prescribing course where it's every 3.
Every 3. Christy, I'm gonna let you think about the increased discussion from Ms. White, Dr. Creswell, and whatnot, and make your motion, and we'll see how it goes. If you want to change those years, it's from 10 to 3 or whatever, it's fine with me.
We have 5 hands raised, starting with Dr. O'Neill.
Okay, go back to Dr. O'Neill first then. I guess I've got it in order. I don't have a way of knowing who put up what first.
Whoever's
Dr.
hand is the
O'Neill?
highest.
Dr. O'Neill,
I'm just glad we're having this discussion, guys. And I think we should, this is a good discussion. It needs.
it's a very good discussion. Thank you
Can
for
I
your
ask-
comments.
Can I ask one or two questions? One is, who's writing the tests?
Dr. O'Neill, that would be me.
Okay,
And I had my hand up, so I may just take the opportunity to say, I personally feel, every year is perhaps maybe onerous that, I hear that. I think 10 years is not enough because of the way the rules change. Even something like the intersection of recommending marijuana and the pain rules, I don't think we can wait 10 years to point out certain nuances about that. So I would say something in between the 3 or the 5. That's my, as the person who's writing the course and writing the test, I would say, maybe a balance. That's just my personal suggestion.
Dr. Clark?
Motion to table. Table this.
Let's see, who's under Dr. Clark up there? Dr. Willer?
Yes, I would buy into the every 3 years.
Okay, let's see, still have, who's at the top of Dr. Clark up there again? Just any other comment, Rod?
I just have a motion on the floor, sir.
Okay, let's see, is that all the hands?
That is all the
Okay.
hands.
That's all the hands for the moment? All right, well, I guess we'll go with. we have
Dr.
a-
Thomas, I'm sorry, Dr. Thomas just
We
raised her
have,
hand.
okay, let's see. Dr. Thomas is up.
I'm sorry, you know how I am about like grammar and all that kind of stuff. Can we make sure that when this comes to the, is there somebody that's gonna like give us like a really like nice cleaned up version of this?
Dr. Thomas?
Yeah.
This is, what you're looking at is an enormous Word document. This is going to be put into a learning management system and combed over for phraseology, punctuation, et cetera.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, Susie.
What you see is not exactly what you get at the moment.
This is Dr. O'Neill. I would suggest the board members take the test before we ask the licensees to take it.
So
And just-
let's
just
say
so
we
you know,
have a
I've
motion.
taken-
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I have taken this with Susie Allen as well.
Okay, so we have a motion to table. Do I have Dr. Horton seconds that motion from a Robert's Rules of Order. Do I need a vote on that
Yes, you
tabling
do.
motion? Then I'll ask for a voice vote on Rod's to table this at this moment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed to tabling? Okay, so
Let's keep
this is
that voice.
tabled this time.
Sport opposes
I think
tabling.
that we don't need to discuss it anymore, other than I'll have a comment that we will bring this up again next month. And at that point in time, we will Susie, Dr. Creswell, Ms. White, Dr. Collada will have cleaned up the document itself, including what the discussion had been with the extra addendum paragraph or portion of it. And we'll see what the wishes of the board are at that time. And everybody will be thinking about the communication time periods and whatnot in the meantime. Is that all right with you, Dr. Valentine?
Yes, sir, that is. I agree with
Okay,
Dave.
let's see. I'm having to move a computer around here. I hope it doesn't go off. We'll move on now to communication and information and the LSBME request.
LSMS.
LSMS,
This is
that's
a-
incorrect.
You had a request from the LSMS. It's up here for us to discuss. And we, the staff, believe that some of the issues would require advice of counsel. Some of the issues may not. And I think I'd like to let Mary comment on how she thinks is the best way to handle this. Because I don't want to, because if we go to advice of counsel, we'd have to go in executive session, have to be added to executive session.
It's a letter from the
Yes, it's an
LSMS
letter.
asking for some information.
Correct.
Vincent. Okay. Mary?
Yeah, my understanding, having spoken with Dr. Cresswell, is that he's kind of already handled number 2 on the letter. And with regard to number 1, you know, I would have some attorney advice to give on that if we move forward with it currently. But if you would, Dr. Johnson, perhaps we could just allow LSMS to work with staff council to discuss what's needed and if anything can be provided or not.
I think Mariah's on, if she wants to comment.
Is anyone from the State Medical Society on it? I'd like them to at least go along with that. I think that's a great suggestion, though. And I know they've already talked with Dr. Creswell as well. Is Mariah or Jeff on? Alan, can you tell?
Yes, sir.
Is Mariah on?
Dr. Johnson, this is Mariah, and Jeff is actually sitting here with me, so you have both of us. And we are perfectly happy to work with either Mary or Patricia, or however you feel is best for us to move forward on it.
Oh, that's great. Okay, then we'll just have our council work with them on this as Dr. Creswell did, and we'll if we need to have any further discussion of this, we'll have it next month. Thank y'all so much.
And thank
All
you
right.
all for your time. I appreciate the time that many of you have spent with us over the last 3 days.
Thank you very much for your interest in what it is that we do as far as our communications. We appreciate it very much. I'm going to move on then now to the president's report. A couple of things that we've been dealing with that we need a follow-up on. And one of them involves the State Medical Society. Vincent, would you bring us up to speed as to where we are on our initiative with the LSMS on emotional support possibilities for our licensees?
It's my understanding, and last talk we heard at a meeting from Mariah and Jeff with their executive committee last week, is they're about to roll this out, and we're very supportive of it. And we thank them for all they've done. I think it's been something that we have wrestled with trying to do and been unable to do because we don't practice medicine. But we really believe that the society is the right place to do it, and we thank them for it, and we can't wait for it to be up and running.
Just
Mariah or Jeff, would y'all have a comment on that, please?
Absolutely. Thank you again. We look forward to continuing to work on this project. I will tell you, our Board of Governors will be meeting to go through a couple of hurdles on it. So it will not be like in the next week or month that you see us roll anything out. We still have a couple of hurdles to jump here as well.
Well, we certainly understand that. We know that this is it's a very unique initiative, and the various purviews of various organizations and having it done from a legal perspective is quite involved. But the fact that we are making progress on this very important addition is just really, we really thank the State Medical Society for going through this, and whatever amount of time y'all need in order to get this right. And then we will work together to roll this out, make this available to our licensees. But
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I think we're all on the same page with that.
Very good. The other thing that is ongoing that
Dr. Taylor has his hand up.
I apologize. Thank you so much.
That's all right.
Jim, your hand is definitely up. I see.
Just very briefly, point of personal privilege, would like to wish Miss Mariah a belated happy birthday.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're such a great politician, Jim. You really are. You're coming along. Well, we all wish you a happy birthday as well.
Thank you. And I appreciate the fact I'm not on camera because I'm totally blushing right now.
Oh, good. All right. The second thing that I have is kind of an ongoing situation. It's very important to all the board and all the staff, everyone else involved, is the security evaluation that Dr. Collada has been working on for us. And the security issues and whatnot for our staff. Now, we have an opportunity to discuss that today, but we'll need to do that because of it being security and somewhat sensitive in executive session. Is that correct, Mary and
Yes, sir.
Vincent?
Yes, sir.
So I will need a motion, unanimous consent to add this to our executive session agenda.
I move that we add it to the executive session agenda today.
All right there. Do I have a second for Ms. Horton, for Dr. Horton?
Second, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill seconds. Any discussion? Then I'll have a roll call vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There being none, if you would add that, Dr. Collada.
It is on the agenda, sir.
Okay, now we're moving on to the executive director's report. Dr. Collada.
Okay, well, just to let you know that I have met with the Podiatry Advisory Committee, and they are very satisfied with the rules we amended last year, and the individual members have extended their appreciation to the board for this recognition of not only for them, but for the evolving trends in podiatry and medicine itself. I continue to meet with the Workplace Violence Task Force, just to let you know that some of the things that they're discussing is when hospital employees, whether they be doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, or even housekeepers, are the victims of these violence, we are about to urge, like Ohio and other states, that this would be a felony. And the way to address the mentally ill who might be doing this was, mental illness is an affirmative defense against a felony, is what the lawyers that you told us, is the words they used. And so we're considering making that final recommendation. It has not been finalized at this time. We continue to meet, but I believe that that's the recommendation that will be going forth from that committee to this legislature. And we also met with LDH pursuant to Act 245 to define the data collected by the LDH in matters of complications of abortions. We use basically the nomenclature of ACOG, and we use the nomenclature in the CPT, and they were very comfortable with those. And so they're setting up the processes to work with their computers so that when these diagnoses come in, they begin to look for the reports from the hospital. I want to say that it's been a great pleasure to work with Ms. Wilton and Dr. Cresswell. We've all agreed on a great candidate for the Assistant Director of Investigations, and we have extended the offer. We have not, the offer has not been accepted. And the plan is, if he does accept, we'll notify you of who he is. And the start date plan is for the first pay period in March of this year. But at this time, I think it would be premature to comment because the offer has not been accepted. We have offered to meet with the PA Advisory Committee, but initially they rejected it, and now they want to meet. And we're working to schedule a meeting to address their concerns. I'll be directing later on in the day, Ms. Jacinta, to send them all out a doodle poll, and maybe we can have a meeting the first week in February. This is evolving even to the point where I had a phone call with Ms. Raven yesterday. So I'm trying to keep this moving along, and we'll see what we can do. We have reached out to the LSBN, and we are attempting to schedule a meeting. It looks like it's going to be on the 31st of January. We hope to get that done to address their concerns and listen and learn from them and bring back some information to you all at the next meeting. As you know, you approved the ability of the board to introduce legislation at the next session for the possibility of taking our advisory committees into electronic meetings like we're doing today, even after the emergency is over. I'm proud to say that the legislation was drafted by our executive director, Ms. Wilton. It's been approved by Ms. Peck in the Senate. Senator Mills will go ahead and be one of the co-sponsors, and our other chairman in the House Health and Welfare, Representative Bagley, wants to co-sponsor it as well. And that's where we are. And I think this is moving along very nicely. I continue to meet with the Drug Governor's Drug Policy Board, and they continue to struggle with what to recommend the governor on various issues of medications and other things. And I can tell you that they are going to be putting together some things, and we'll keep you posted on what's going on. The application program interface for licensing communication with C-Broker is now finished. Beta testing is substantially complete. And basically what that means is for the people in licensing, when they go to accept a renewal, actually, it's going to be electronic. When you go to make your renewal on your license, if you haven't completed the hours, the renewal will be denied until you complete those hours. And that data is being transferred as it occurs in almost real time now, so that if you finish your CMEs today, by tomorrow, when you go to apply for your renewal, you'll be able to renew. So this is very good. This is making it easy for our people in licensing to try and expedite that process. I will tell you that we're very close to beta testing investigation software. I hope to meet in February with them and have them start beta testing this. And we're in the process of transferring all of the data out of CAF and POO. And I hope to be able to close out that all of the software on that expensive in June, if not sooner. I'll be happy to have any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very, very concise and to the point. Alan, do we have any comments from the public so far? Would you check that for us?
No, sir. No, sir. Not at this time.
Dr. Taylor has his hand raised.
Hand up again. Yeah.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes, Dr. Collado, could you elaborate a little bit on the situation with the PA committee? What is it that they originally did not want to meet with us, and how does that work? And what do you expect to be discussing with them?
Well, we met with them and we said, we need to know what you'd like to change in the rules so that I can bring it to the board and get it started. And they basically told me that they would not do that. They thought the meeting was hastily called and they shouldn't have been invited to a meeting. And basically they said that it was something that they thought would rather have the LAPA make the recommendations to them. And so that's what we're setting up, an opportunity for the LAPA, which is the Louisiana Association of Physicians Assistants, has made a series of written recommendations to the PA Advisory Committee, and we're scheduling a meeting to address those concerns.
Dr. Taylor, is that satisfied your question?
For now.
Okay. Well,
For the time
I
being,
think
yes.
it's important, Vincent, for us, anybody that basically with stature and standing that has a need to meet with us, including the Board of Nursing, the advisory committee, or our licensees who are the physician assistants. We are glad to meet with them at any time. And I think Dr. Collado and I are in the process, as he said, of setting up meetings with both organizations, hopefully within the next week or so. And as many of you know, there is a ongoing Senate committee investigating these issues to do with the PAs. I sit on that committee for the governor, and Vincent and Dr. Creswell have testified for it. And certainly, as I recall, Dr. Creswell and Dr. Collado made themselves available to visit with representatives of the PAs on all issues associated with our rules and regulations and whatnot, either formally or informally, prior to any legislative session or anything else that affects what could be a better usage of the interpretation of the rules. Larry, would you comment on that as well? For Dr. Taylor, what's going on with this? Dr. Creswell?
Yeah, I'm very sorry, Dr. Johnson. Can you just repeat one more time? I was on a call real quick. What exactly you need me to comment on?
I was just commenting on the communication that's available with the PAs and of course any other group that has a need of an interpretation of our rules and regulations, in particular our licensees, that you made yourself available to them to discuss either formally or informally any concerns or suggestions to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. We did reach out. Both Dr. Collado and I went down to Baton Rouge and met, as you stated a couple minutes ago, and we have made ourselves available during the last PA Advisory Committee meeting. Both Dr. Collado and I again extended ourselves olive branch, stating that we'd be willing to meet with them. I have also spoken with the head of both Xavier University's PA program, Ms. Guzman, and LSU's PA program, and have offered to go over any rules. If there's anything they would like to speak to me about, I can translate this and then bring it to the board, or set up a meeting. But would like to address any concerns that they may have, whether it's with the clinical practice guidelines issues. But I do believe that most of the issues that were brought up in Baton Rouge could probably be solved with rule changes as opposed to legislative changes. So that's the reason why we extended the opportunity for people to voice their concerns, and then we can sit down, present this to the board, and make applicable rule changes that can really satisfy everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Creswell.
Yes, sir.
I think it's important for the board to remember, Vincent reminded me of it last night, that what is it, 16 categories of licensees that we have with 16 different sets of rules?
It's 16 license categories, 15 sets of rules, and 15 laws.
Oh, excuse me. Well, I'm going to write that down and put it in my wallet or whatever. 16 sets of, but 15 and 15 on the laws and rules. So, Larry, Dr. Creswell, obviously we continue, as has always been our custom, I believe, make ourselves available to these folks, and of course the nursing board as well, the physical therapy, whoever that we need to deal with, that we work together with statewide. We're always available to visit about improvements and understandings.
Yes,
so, Vincent, where are
Next
we
thing-
now?
Next thing is the rule of the voting delegate. We received communication in anticipation of the April FSMB meeting from Dr. Chandra, advising us that we need to have a voting delegate and an alternate. Traditionally, prior to all of the COVID issues, it was the president and the executive director. When we started with the COVID meetings, Dr. Clark was president, and we both attended the meetings, and Dr. Clark participated. And while I was there, I did not vote because I didn't need to vote. And so we have another, now this meeting is going to be in person in New Orleans. It was raised a while back that should we have any comments or festivities, the only thing that the FSMB wants us to do is to have someone, either the executive director, the president, or the president's designee, make some opening comments at the opening of the meeting, welcoming people to the city. And then we don't have anything other responsibilities as far as the meeting goes, but we are going to need to have a voting delegate and an alternate president.
Well, so Dr. Collado, what we'll do is we get a little bit closer to this and whatnot, and I'll see what my situation is. What is exactly the dates? That's the end of April. I
It's
believe.
April 28th, 29th, and 30th.
Right. So either I, and of course you will need to be there, period. But either I, Dr. Thomas, or Ms. Ford, if I am detained in some way, I will get in touch with Dr. Thomas or Ms. Ford as our officers. Does that sound reasonable to the board, so that we can have a representative there with Dr. Collada? Any objection to that? So that's
Sounds appropriate.
That's been customary, I believe, Vincent.
Yes.
Okay, and I will, Dr. Thomas, if I do have some problems with that time period, I'll try to let you or Ms. Ford know as far ahead as possible. Would you have an interest in serving if I am detained in other places?
Sure, that's fine. I would just, I'll connect with Jacinta after this meeting so that I can get my registration and everything tied up.
Okay. Well, we'll, and the same with Kim, and there's no reason why all of us couldn't attend if people have an interest, correct?
Yes, but
Absolutely.
this is not just attendees. This is the difference between an attendee and a voting delegate and an alternate.
Right, this is just so we'll have somebody to vote and whatnot. And we're gonna have you as the alternate, period.
Unless you want to make somebody else the alternate, it doesn't matter.
No, we want you as the alternate.
Okay, that's fine.
You need to be there for sure. And,
Kim Sport
we'll
has
see
her
that.
hand raised.
I'm sorry.
Kim Sport has her
Ms.
hand
Ms.
raised.
Sport, yeah.
Yes, I read something in I believe it was in Dr. Collada's report about registration, and I already registered. Are we supposed to register ourselves, with our paying for ourselves, or are we supposed to register through the board?
The general procedure is we would register you and pay your registration. And then we would reimburse your travel and expenses based upon the rules of the PPM 49. And so that's what we would do for that situation. However, if you've already paid the registration, just send us a receipt and we will reimburse you for it.
Okay, I just wasn't sure how we were supposed to do that. Thank
So
you.
this is an exciting time for us to have this in Louisiana. Of course, it would be during the COVID epidemic, but it is exactly what it is, and we'll try to deal with it. Hopefully by the end of April. We'll see. I don't want to jinx anything.
Dr.
But,
Valentine has
we'll
her
have
hand raised.
as much of an attendance as we can, and we'll have a representative, and you will be the alternate, and we'll see how that works out. Dr. Valentine.
Just a couple of
Christie?
things. I know it has been a while. Can you hear me?
You can now, yes.
Okay, yes. Just a couple of things, because it has been a while since we've had an in-person federation meeting. I don't know, and I definitely don't want to jinx anything, but since we are hosting a consideration for a host city reception, if that's possible, just as we move closer and see what COVID is bringing on, if there's a way for us to do that safely. And then another thing I'll just point out is I believe usually the president is the voting delegate, and then the vice president is the alternate. So just putting that out there for consideration. That's how it has been in the past. I remember when I was president, Dr. Clark was the alternate. So just wanted
Okay,
to
I
have
wasn't
that.
aware of that as the president of that. So what we'll need to do is, with the permission, if that's been the precedent, let's, for goodness sakes, do that. And that way, Dr. Thomas can make plans to be there in case I am not available, because I'm not sure about that time as far as some of my other duties, for LSU and whatnot. So, Dr. Thomas, that's okay with you?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, so you can start beginning to make your plans. If everyone would, Jacinta, get in touch with Jacinta that can be there so that they can make the arrangements to pay for everybody that wants to attend. I think it would be wonderful. The more attendees we could have, since it is in Louisiana, the better. For as much of the meeting as you can. It's a 3-day meeting, Vincent?
Yes.
Okay. Thank y'all so much on that. So we are to see broker now, Vincent. You have some comments on that?
Again, the seed broker reports are there for you to continue. We have a slight uptick in the number of physicians. Again, they're all the classes of license are there for you to review. And these are the classes of license that are going to be required to take CE, continuing education. And as of right now, the acupuncturists are not required to take any continuing education. And the PAs not take continuing medical education. If we add a rules course to them, then they'll have to join and take the rules course. I think we've dropped on the advice of the independent counsel. We've dropped the term jurisprudence, so there are always going to be laws and rules courses. The advice of independent counsel was, we don't practice jurisprudence, we practice medicine, and these are rules and laws for the practice of medicine or medical care.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to general administrative matters now. You have a draft of the newsletter that we have to ratify, I believe. Is that correct, Vincent? We got
Yes,
that on our schedule now.
Need you to
All
approve
right,
this.
I need a motion to approve the newsletter that
I'd
was
like
sent
to
out.
make the motion that we approve the newsletter for January 2022.
Can I have a second, please?
Valentine second.
Dr. Valentine seconds. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None. Okay, let's move on to the financial report now.
That's gonna be Miss LaKenya.
Yes.
Ms. LaKenya, you
Hi.
just hold forth, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is our balance sheet in this. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay, the balance sheet that's presented is as of November 30th, 2021. And it shows our total assets of $18,143,185.99. And our liabilities and equity, which is on the next page, I'm sorry. Yeah, and it shows our total liabilities and capital that equals our total assets. Next page. Okay, this is our budget versus actual as of November 30th. Total revenues received as of November 30th was $7,879,192. And that compared to our budget, we're still in alignment because if you notice that again, the 1.2 million is reserves. So we are still on target for meeting our revenues without the reserve allocation by the end of the year. So when you see our next month, we should be there. Our expenses, that's a breakdown of our salaries and benefits, operating services, professional services, and other charges, and then acquisitions and building improvements. And our total expenditures as of November 30th is $7,421,226. And that leaves remaining income on hand as of November 30th of $457,966.50. Next, this is our profit and loss statement for 3 years as of November 30th. And you can see compared to last year, we are up by 100,000 on our revenues when compared to the previous 2 years. And on our expenses, the is 7.4 million, $7,421,227. So it has increased. And some of that's kind of mainly due to the increase in staff and also related benefits. We are booking those throughout the year as they incurred as opposed to year end. Okay. And this is for our clinical lab balance sheet as of November 30th. It reflects the total assets of $1,477,235.65. And those are the accounts that make up that balance. And our liabilities and equity is also $1,477,235.65. Next is our budget, is our CLAB budget to actual. And again, this is as of November 30th. It reflects our total revenues of $208,685. And that's compared to our budget. And so we have began to receive starting to receive the funds in the CLAB account. We have our salaries and benefits, operating services, and in our professional services. And some of those invoices came in this month, I'm sorry. So that relate to the month of December for our professional services. So the net income that's been recognized as to date is $47,849.36. Okay, and this is our clinical lab, the 3-year averages, not averages, but the actual amounts as of November 30th. And that's the 3 years for the 11th month period. Okay. And this is just a status of updates of things that are going on in our department. We have begun the process of implementing our new credit card processing system, and the vendor is Elevon, and we're going through the implementation of that right now with hopes to have it up and running by March 1st. We're also looking at another onboard process implementation of our, when we hire new employees, to do it more streamlined, to make sure that everything, all documents and policies and procedures that employees need during the onboarding process gets entered correctly. Also, as we stated last time, the summary of this is Elevon status summary. We are currently working with Elevon. The cost of a check is going to be $1.75. Credit card transactions will be 2.3%. Again, we expect them to be fully transitioned by March 1st. Also, we are using our new accounting system at this time. We still have our old system because our books will be audited for the 12 months for last year on our Peachtree system. But now we have started using our new accounting system. We started doing a parallel system as of November 1st to get the staff acclimated to using the new system. And so now everyone is, fully using it. They understand their roles and, how to enter the data. So we are using that fully now. We're still in the process of drafting our procedures for accounting, and then on electronic payment to vendors. We're working on that with the bank. So hopefully that will be soon. We provided all the information to the bank in order for us to be able to pay vendors electronically to prevent the need for paper checks. So we did set a threshold of 5,000 where it will be one signature, and anything 5,000 and greater, it will require two signatures. So it will be electronic, but there will be internal controls where we will allow two approvers for those payments that are above 5,000. You can scroll down, that may be the end. Okay, I'm sorry, the onboarding process, we just started that with iSolve, and that's just going to help our payroll department and HR to help minimize some of the manual entries that they do to help improve the accuracy of the data. So we're working on that. And also, we also have provided the quarterly audits. We have reached out to the CPA firm. So I think the last thing they needed to do was a vendor form, and I got an email this morning. So hopefully all that is taken care of. And so that concludes my report. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions on any of the financial report? Which if there aren't any, we'll move on to the future meeting dates.
Mr. President, the future meeting dates reflect the changes that were made at the last meeting and currently published on the website. So we will have a November meeting on the 21st, just before Thanksgiving, and we'll not meet again until January of 2023.
Okay.
And then the
Dr.
next thing
Clark
we need
has
you
his
to
hand
approve.
raised. Dr. Clark?
That is Dr. Clark.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to approve the report.
Oh, excuse me. That's good too. He makes a motion to approve the financial report. Can I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Horton seconds that. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Being none, it passes. Thank you, Rod. Go ahead, Vincent.
President, thank you.
Dr. Clark? Okay. Dr. Clark,
Yes. Yes.
you have your hand raised again?
No, I'm putting it down. I'll lower it.
Okay. Okay.
Wheat-free salad, wheat-free.
Okay. Next item is the interagency transfer. What this is about, as you recall, last year in the legislature, we passed the legislation to have the Attorney General review our rules and give us clear North Carolina dental protections by the Attorney General's ruling on our rules to make sure we're not violating any antitrust. And this is to pay the money to them. This is the way that the Attorney General suggested the payments be made. And this is the way we're doing it. We need your approval as a board to approve this interagency transfer. and I would ask that you have a vote to approve this interagency transfer. And if Mary might want to make a comment, she might be able to help you out if you need any more explanation.
Mary, quick comment, please.
Just Dr. Van has summarized it succinctly. And if you have any questions about how the program will work, I did attach the guidance memo from the AG's office that describes the point at which we will submit the rules that have anti-competitive effects that we reasonably foreseeably think do. And then and they will have their review done. It looks like it's going to be a very thorough review, and they'll issue an opinion, a written opinion to us, either approving or if different changes are needed, advising of the changes they think are needed. And we would go back through different portions of the rule process if we needed to make changes.
Thank you so much. Vincent, would you go back as to how this came about? Did you remind everybody?
Well,
This
no, I
didn't
didn't.
just happen.
No, it didn't just happen.
I want you to,
Dr. Clark directed me to
Yes,
figure
it
out
did.
a way to solve this antitrust problem that the board members were faced with. And Dr. Clark and I met extensively with the
Dr.
AG.
Clark was tasked by that amongst many other tasks that
He was president.
given.
He was
He did it.
president.
Yes, indeed.
And
Okay.
he and I met several times with the AG, and then we worked together with the AG, and we went back and forth, and finally we decided on this methodology. It satisfied everything. Thanks to Dr. Clark, his cousin, who was in the legislature, sponsored the bill and was able to get it passed for us with almost no objection. It was interesting to see it happen because people thought we were just giving money to the AG. They didn't understand. We worked out all the kinks, and I have to say
Aren't
that.
there some other boards that are interested in
Yes,
this as well?
already. the
So
dental
what
board
does
has
this
signed-
stand in lieu of, Vincent?
This stands in lieu of the Occupational Licensing Review Committee. And there's still going to be some role for them, but this is an addition and more protection for the boards to be able to defend themselves against the
And
antitrust.
individual members
Members,
of
right.
the board.
Correct.
So everybody needs to be, thank Vincent and Rod and all the, Rod, what's your beloved Ken's name, representative? I've forgotten. We thanked her in front of the board.
Her name is Rhonda Gay Butler, Representative
Yes,
Butler.
Please
And
give
I-
her our highest regards, if you would, and appreciate her helping us get to this point. So that's great. And we really appreciate all the work that was done on that. And all the work was done by everybody for several years on this initiative. And if there's anything else that we need to do going forward to protect the agency and whatnot, we need to stay up with best practices nationally, Vincent. So anyway, let's see where we are.
Now we're
now.
in the
You
regular
didn't
session.
need any vote or
Sir?
anything on any of that, or
We need a
did
vote.
you?
We need a vote to approve that.
Yes.
Yes,
we
sir.
may. We do. Okay, I'll accept a motion to approve that. The interagency transfer. Rod, let's let Rod do that. That's great.
All right. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Second, any discussion? All in favor,
Aye.
say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There's no opposition, so it passes. Thank you. Now we move on to the regulatory report. I believe that will be Mary.
Yes, sir. So we have been we've been active with getting some rules done here this year. So we've got ready to go the licensure and certification for IMLC. The next move on that one has already started through the OLRC process, and it will continue through that process. We're in the middle of doing the fiscal and economic impact reports. And once those are approved, publishing it to Louisiana Register and the committees at the legislature. That's the same with marijuana. It also had already gone through the OLRC and started that process with OLRC. So it will continue with that method. Complaints and investigations, that one will likely go through the AG's process. I'm sorry, that one is going through LRC as well. I looked at each one of them to see if they would likely garner an antitrust issue or not, and that's where the decision was made on those. Adjudications and recusal, likewise, will go to OLRC. As you can see, these are in the process of having the fiscal and economic impact statements written. The next one is passing scores. That one will go through the AG's office. The retired physician license renewal will go through the AG's office. And that would happen again after the fiscal and economic impact statements. Same with the reinstatement rule being changed. That was approved. I believe it was October of last year. And I'm sorry, no, December. And then the Chapter 111 repeal will also go through the AG's office. We have a new proposed rule for a critical need physician. I believe Dr. Collada wanted to speak to that.
As you know, we talked about the issue of the unmatched residents, the fact that that is going to be a growing problem. We had a grand plan to even get to 6 years with possible licensure. I think that the DO school would like to see that, but quite frankly, we met with the 4 schools all together, and the compromise was to start with a 1-year program. And basically, this would be allowed to these physicians to go in critical need areas under the tutelage of an approved preceptor, and they would then work for 1 year. They could do, the physician could collect for their billings. They have a mechanism to allow them to bill. And then at the end of 1 year, if they haven't matched, that's all we plan to do for them. And then reevaluate at the end of the first year to see if the numbers continue warranting an evolution. I think everybody was kind of scared to just push this in one full way. And so this is going to be a kind of thing we're going to probably be revisiting on a regular basis to see as the need grows or if there's no problem with it. So I would ask your approval for us to begin this rule process and let it be done. And then we'll keep coming back to you, evolving them as we need to.
Discussion. Dr. Valentine.
Yes, thank
Christie?
you. First, I'd like to say thank you for all the work around this. This, of course, is something that I know I'm been looking for a while now. I guess I like the fact that it's moving forward. I just think a year isn't going to necessarily provide the opportunity or stability for these individuals who are trained doctors, and they're going into areas of need with a standardized program that, but for the fact they didn't match, they still have this information and this knowledge that our Louisianians would benefit from. So I'd really most like to see this as a solution beyond the 1 year. I think 1 year, when you look at just looking at the provider community as a whole, I see that there is a place for these educated doctors to fit into our overall healthcare model.
Those are comments that were bannered around, I guess, for the last year now.
Yes, sir.
Those are, that was a tremendous concern. Well, what was arrived at, Dr. Valentine and everyone else, is that we're in this needs to be a dynamic decision-making process and a dynamic enterprise, actually. One thing we don't know, and we really don't have good data on now, and we will have more data as we go forward, is to how many people are not matching, and in particular, how many kids are not matching on the second try. That's very, very important in this as well. And the other thing that will become much more apparent in particular for the state of Louisiana, is when the new medical school in Monroe begins to churn out their graduates, which will be a year from this May, will be their first graduating class. So that's going to add between 140 and 160 folks to the match situation. Vincent, I believe, as I recall, how many folks didn't match last year? Was there 8? And
No,
we
it was a
had
total of 35 statewide.
statewide. And there, how many did not, do we have the number as to who didn't match the second?
No, sir, nobody has
We
that
have
number.
no idea of that at this point. The best we could do as far as the years to get a consensus of the group, the med schools and members of from the political process as well, Christie, was to do a year and to reevaluate during that time. And in particular, with the data that we'll get at the end of that year as to whether or not we want to extend that opportunity for people who they must have attempted to match again. And if they do not match, we would evaluate at that time as to whether or not they would be given an opportunity to continue to practice. And this would be without a year of residency. So that is situational, but it's something we're going to have to face. Any other, let's see, we have Dr. Clark's hand raised.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I want to rise to support both you and Dr. Valentine. And I truly feel, as Dr. Collada, I'm sure the whole board does, this is an issue that's not going to go away. So I appreciate you, Dr. Johnson, taking the lead on it. You have the expertise to do it for sure in your role in education. The only concern I have, Dr. Johnson, a question for you, are there going to be some type of benchmarks for these doctors? The thresholds, like maybe it's the best way to think about it, to where they will actually be able to obtain a residency spot if they do this 1 year. Have y'all discussed that at all?
What we have done,
There's
and
a
Vincent can-
goal they have to reach to get where they need to.
One of the things that was very important to us, and Vincent has worked with the various deans on this as well, the medical schools stepped up, and we thought it was important for them to continue their education during this year to increase their opportunity to match with the next class in the next March. And that's what they have designed classes, CMEs and whatnot. Now, Vincent, would you speak to the benchmarks as to the way that these kids would need to be educated and evaluated as they go forward with medical schools?
Yes, sir. Basically, Rod, at this time, they're going to be required to, the medical schools have stepped up and are going to allow them to participate in their remote online learning courses so that these can take the same kind of didactic lectures that the residents might be taking in the various in family practice or internal medicine. Additionally, they'll be required to get 50 hours of continuing medical education that the AMA requires to get the gold certificate. And of course, the clinicals would be evaluated by their preceptor. The key here is that at this point, at the end of a year, and they have to continue to try and match. If they're not trying to match, there's nothing else we can do for them. But if they don't match at the end of a year, we have no plans for them. We're going to start looking at what we're going to do after we see what happens this year. And we hope to anticipate that the June function will be able to be moving along and get these kids into this type of license in June if we need to have them. And I think after that, we look at what we're going to do the year after. I think we had a grand plan, and I think everybody wants to stepwise very cautiously. I think there are potential criticisms that you need to hear, and one of them is, are we sending, second-rate doctors into areas where people need first-rate doctors? And I think those criticisms are going to be alleviated in time. But this is so new. There's only 4 states that have anything like this. And we're kind of taking baby steps. Other states have gone further than we have. But most of the states have not even addressed it yet.
Vincent, would you, step 3, speak to what the medical school said about step 3 passage?
Well, all of us agreed that if they would have to have a number of years doing this, and then we would get them to take the USMLE or the DO's test as well. We have commitments by the DO school to advocate for us to get the DO test. I think the key is I don't want to go ask for the test if we're not going to have a rigid enough program. But the plan ultimately would be nobody would be licensed through this if they didn't pass either the USMLE step 3 or the COMLEX. So the deal was they're going to have to take a test to get a license if we ever give them a license. This first year is only to see if they can transition into a match after 1 year.
Okay, let's further discussion, Dr. Taylor.
Yes, there's reference made to board certified family physician internist who has completed training required by the board to be a teaching physician. What does that, at this point, what does that look like, and where are we in the process of developing those guidelines?
Okay, Tulane has a program and they have volunteered to let our preceptors participate in it. It's basically teaching people how to teach. It's they will teach them the process that they need to expose these people to, how to do it. It's not about the material, it's about how to teach the material. And Tulane does that on all of their outreach faculty, and it was satisfactory to the 4 medical schools that this would be good for the preceptors, and so that's what will have to happen.
So everyone that wants to participate as an educator will go through this program?
That's the way it's going to have to be, yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Clark?
Ms. Wilton is first.
Not to jump ahead of Dr. Clark, but I will just say, in considering this, the reason why it ended up before you in this form, originally when it was a path to licensure, it was actually creating a path to an alternate licensure class, and that would have required legislation. This is a rule change to allow a permit. And so we can accomplish that by a vote of the board to allow a permit for this 1-year program. Hopefully, if it goes well, then as Dr. Collada and Dr. Johnson are mentioning, it can be expanded and ultimately morph into the vision that they all had at the beginning. But that's why the 1-year program was a compromise, because it was something we could accomplish as a permit program as opposed to a licensure class that would have required legislation.
Well, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because this is going to require, if there's ever any consensus on this board or in this state's citizenry to allow a separate licensure process without a residency or a portion of a residency, is going to require legislation. It was the wisdom of the medical schools and Dr. Collada and everyone else we were visiting with about this, is that we needed to have more firm data and to see how we could do with a 1-year program, to see if we could get, hopefully, everybody matched, because everybody agrees that a residency is a good test for sure as to the the worth of an individual physician's education and whatnot. So we do not have to go to the legislature with this particular suggestion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's where you see it. So that's where we are, and that's why we're where we are. That's the epistemology behind the reasoning process. Dr. Clark.
I think he lowered his hand, but Dr. Valentine.
I lowered my hand. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a
Dr.
motion.
Winter.
Dr. Valentine was talking. I'm sorry.
Who is that down there? Wait a minute.
Dr. Valentine.
Dr. Valentine.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a motion to move forward with this proposed rule draft. And thank you for the clarification on what opportunity this is offering us today, knowing that there'll be more evaluation and possible changes for the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a second then?
I'll second it. Clark here.
Dr. Clark seconds it. Now I'm going to ask for any further discussion before we vote. Is there any public comment before we vote? Alan?
No, sir, not at this time.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No abstentions. All right, then this passes. Congratulations, Vincent. I know how hard you worked on this.
Thanks.
And our folks will see how this does going forward. We must be, you did this, Vincent, you're to report back to this board who has put this program in place as to how this is, the mechanization of this occurs with all of our medical school, I guess you would say colleagues in this matter, which is everyone needs to remember. It was our chancellors who saw this coming of our schools and brought this to our attention several years ago. I believe it was Dr. Ghali and Dr. Olier at that time. And this is as far as we've gotten. Maybe this will cure the problem, so everybody will get matched. But we shall see, because of course the problem nationally is not enough residency slots for graduates of American medical schools.
You're
And
correct.
that doesn't even account for opportunities of foreign medical graduates to come into our country and train. So this is an ongoing national problem that we are just dealing with for 1 year with our colleagues in the medical schools. But you're to report back on how the implementation of this is going.
Yes, sir.
And how many people we have. I suppose following March the 19th or so, we will see where we are.
All right, this is an interesting question. I need you to
And how many
clarify.
kids want to even avail themselves of the opportunity? We have no idea.
All right. Once this is going to take a little time to get the rule in place, okay? We traditionally, I want to advise everybody, we traditionally, excuse me, do not implement any of these rules until they have gone through the full process. So quite frankly, it's going to be a year off. So just understand that. And I apologize it takes so long, but that's the laws and we follow the laws.
No, there's a reason it takes a while.
Okay.
We want comments, we want every suggestions to do with every bit of this promulgation. This is a very serious situation here. And there's going to be some comment. in my
I'm sure
opinion.
they will be.
Dr. Johnson,
Okay.
Clark here. How do you think a waiver is, this is Clark, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Is a waiver necessary at this point? A motion for a waiver? If to suspend the rules on this, or we can proceed with the rules, but just go ahead with the policy? Or do you think we can wait a year for implementation?
I'll let Mary comment on waiving the rules and
I don't think that, that has not really been discussed. We wanted to go through the full process. Everybody agreed to that. And Rod, how this really works out reasonably well is the new medical school with its graduates adding to our pool from Louisiana will not be there until perhaps the time. And so it's not as acute. But that's when when the rubber could really hit the road, so to speak.
Well, thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you. I withdraw my offer.
Okay, Mary Payton and Dr. Valentine have their hands raised.
What's next, Vincent?
Mary Payton and Dr. Valentine has their hands raised.
The next is.
What about Mary Payton then?
I just wanted to ask if I could ask for an approval or acceptance of the regulatory report.
Yes, you can. Dr. Valentine first.
I just also wanted to acknowledge who is he's the former national president of the FQHC Association, and he's the one who really put this at the forefront back in 2017 when he worked with a medical school graduate who didn't place and was helping him just continue his skills and things like that. But Dr. Gary Wills with Tesh Action, he's, you know, dedicated to Louisiana, and we just have to recognize his participation and really thought leadership and having this come to the forefront and putting that request out to the board. So
You know,
wanted to add him to your list, Dr. Johnson.
Right, I really appreciate that information. I had that slipped my mind, and I think that this particular initiative this year with folks coming to Louisiana, this will be a very good discussion, you know, in New Orleans in April about this, where we are with it and whatnot, what other states are doing, because it's certainly going to be a hot topic going forward. Now, can I have a motion to accept the regulatory report? Dr. Horton so moves. Can I have a second? Dr. Valentine, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, then it passes, Mary. Thank you very much. Where am I next?
Ready to go to executive session?
Okay, let's go on. It is now 10:17. Let me give you till 10:30, at which time we'll go into executive session. Let me have a quick break.
All
Is that
right,
okay?
everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you hook us back up where, whatever you need to do?
Yeah, everybody, just waiting for everybody to get back on and then you to tell us to go into executive session.
Okay.
Approving the minutes,
Yeah.
okay, and litigation report. And then you got the public appearance, apologize,
Yeah, exactly.
And then at that point, you can break for lunch or you can do
I don't
license.
know, we're just, yeah, well, I like to get down to Creswell if we can.
That's fine. I can do lunch anytime.
We'll just see. How it goes. It's gonna be 10:30. You're gonna be for long. Around 14. Okay, Alan, can you hook us up and get us started here? I'll call the.
Yes, sir. Just need for a move to go into executive session.
Okay, let me call us back into order again. And then,
I think we got it.
do I have do I need a motion to go into executive session?
Yes, you do.
Yes, I thought I did.
I'd like to move to, for us to go into executive session.
Just before I take a second on that, are there any comments or suggestions from the public, Alan?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay, I'll take a second on the executive session motion.
Second, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill, all in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. Alan, would you move us appropriately into executive session room?
Yes, sir. Here we go. Okay, we're back.
All right, can I have a motion to accept the minutes? I think Ms. Ford made the motion. Can I have a second?
Second, O'Neill.
All in favor? Dr. O'Neill seconds that, Vincent.
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, then- Alan, if you'll put us back in executive session now.
Yes, sir. Okay, Dr. Johnson, we're back. Everyone will need to unmute their mics that were muted.
I need a motion to accept the executive session minutes from the last meeting, please.
So move, Thomas.
Thomas, Dr. Horton seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Thank you very much. Now I need a motion to accept the litigation report of this meeting.
Sport moves.
Sport moves. Can I have a second, please?
Thomas.
Thomas? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Then the litigation report passes. Mary, do I need anything on our security evaluation? We don't need any motions on that, do we? It's
You don't.
ongoing. We do not. Well, then I'll move on to general administrative matters. I'll need Rita and I are recused on the first one. If someone would make a motion, Dr. Thomas, if you would do the first one for us.
Sure, yes, I will entertain a motion on the, on that first item. I think this was where Dr. Weather made the motion and then Dr. Taylor offered up an amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Weather?
Yes. I'm sorry, I had a call here. Okay. So no, I agreed to the waiver. So I'd move that we provide the waiver and in accord with the amendment by Dr. Taylor.
If there's going to be an amendment, if you could put that into public session.
Or I thought we were in public session.
We are now, but at the time of the amendment discussion, I believe there was just a discussion about it, not actually an amendment, because we were in executive session at that point.
So do we need Dr. Taylor to offer up the amendment?
If he's going to do that.
Okay.
Otherwise, just a second would work for the motion to grant waiver.
Sport will second Dr. Weather's motion to grant the waiver.
Dr.
think
Taylor
Dr.
has his hand up. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to offer an amendment that the collaborative drug management waiver be constrained to only non-controlled medications.
So we'll need a second on the amendment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
So moved, O'Neill. Or
And then we
second,
need to-
second.
And then we'll need to vote on the amendment.
First you vote on the amendment, then you vote on the amended motion. Yes, ma'am.
So could we do that by voice vote or voice
Yes.
vote, or do we need to call the,
Voice vote.
All in favor? That
Aye.
type of,
Aye.
any nays?
Sport. Valentine. And sport.
So we have 2 nays and the rest yays. So the
And
amendment
6
passes.
yeas And 7 yeas, so it passes. Yeah, so now you have the amended motion before the board.
Do we have a second for, so the amendment fails? Or the amendment
Yes.
passes, I'm sorry. Okay, so now we need to vote on the original motion by Dr.
Let me just do a quick count with the abstentions to be double sure, okay? You only had 5 votes yay and 2 nays. To me, that passes, but Mary, you need to probably rule in on this because you have 2 out and 1 absent. And it's the available number of people to vote that you have a majority. Is that correct?
yeah, in my opinion, it is, but I also think I think it passed, basically.
Okay. So then the
My
amendment
opinion-
passed.
In my opinion, Dr. Collada, you had a quorum and the number of the quorum was 9. And so it passes. I would also reaffirm that. I don't know what my value of that would be, but
Okay, so then so the amendment passes, and now you have to move on the amended waiver, which is to waive it with the requirement on the CDS.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Support.
Okay, so you have 6 and 1.
And Valentine.
Oh, Valentine, okay. So again, it's still 5-2. All right, so it passes. All right, Dr. Johnson, you're back in charge.
Okay.
Next one is Dr. Brazier's request for a refund.
Uh,
Can I have a motion on request for a refund?
It's my mistake, I
And it's
apologize.
not- It's on item 40002. What are the wishes of the board on this issue?
If you needed a motion to deny that, O'Neill.
O'Neill,
Second.
can I have a second? Yes. All in
Another
favor
second.
of denying 40002?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you very much. Okay, do we need a having to do with, I don't think we need to do anything on legal expenses. Let's move on to Mary. There's nothing under attorney advice or anything that we need to ratify, is there?
Under the legal expenses? No, sir.
Thank you. Under licensure then, item 50001.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second,
Support
Weather.
seconds.
Sports seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, it passes. On item 5002,
I would make a motion that we require 60 hours of CME credit to get his full license back.
O'Neill.
can I have a second on 60 hours of credit, CME?
Weather second.
Okay. That's a second, all in favor?
Dr. Clark, I have a question.
Dr. Clark?
Could we require that to be in his specialty? Those CME hours?
You could require it any way you want.
Would you like to make that? In
Yes,
his
I think
special, I think would probably be helpful.
60 hour CME credit
See,
in
in
his
his
specialty.
specialty, and that is, was that second still in place, Ms. Ford?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None passes. Item 50003.
I will move to require the MOC by the American Board of Surgery.
So that's the recommendation as the board made. Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
O'Neill.
Taylor second.
Dr. Taylor seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, it passes. Item 5004.
I'd make a motion to deny. the
Second,
request.
O'Neill.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Failed. Right,
It passed.
I mean, it passed, but the
deny the
motion was for
Denied,
denied.
right.
5005, please.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the request.
Support will
Second.
second.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute now. That is to do.
To
Let me see
deny
this.
his request.
Is it? Well, yeah, let me see.
This is one for the.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we have a deny, who seconded that? I apologize.
We have to be supported second.
Ms. Sport seconded. Okay. All vote in favor of denial. Say aye.
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 Right.
Any opposed to denial? No. Done.
And then you
Okay,
have the one, number 6 that we added on.
that was
That's
the one that
you-
we
you
recused.
recused.
We recused.
So
Terry, would you take that one for me, please? Thomas, Dr.
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
so the additional 10006 is the one, the additional one that's recused that we discussed and is in line with the historical precedents.
Yes, may I have a motion?
Move to accept.
Second,
Sport seconds.
and then we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
One thing I need you to do is give me a motion to change the rules.
You want that?
Can I have a motion to change the rules as we discussed?
So move.
Second, Valentine.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All in
Dr.
favor?
Valentine has her hand
Okay.
raised.
Oh, sorry, this is a question after we do our vote. I didn't realize we had that vote coming.
All in favor of changing the rules, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes. Dr. Valentine, you have the floor. Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Valentine.
Yes, thank you. I had a question. I wanted to make sure that with the issue regarding the waiver 04.00.01, that my vote was recorded correctly, because I want to approve the waiver, but didn't agree with the amendment. So then I'm voting for the amended waiver would be a no, correct? That may be a lawyer question.
Okay, wait, hold on. We did not do a recorded vote. We did it by voice, and it was 5-2, and you were 2 of the people that voted no.
Correct.
So basically, you were voting yes on the waiver as amended, or no on the waiver as amended. If you wanted to have the waiver, you would vote yes. If you want to change your vote, you'd have to say yes, I want to change your vote. But basically, you voted no to granting the waiver even with the amendment.
Right. Okay, so, well, I like the waiver. I just wasn't a fan of the amendment. I wanted it to be, a waiver without any stipulations.
So
whatever.
How do you want to change your vote to yes or no?
Well, that was my question. That's why I was saying it may be.
You had voted no. And so you'd have to say, I want to reconsider and change my vote.
She's a nay
not
for
sure.
both. The first was the vote for the amendment. She voted no, and then she voted no for the waiver. So she's notated as a nay for both.
That's correct. That's what I'm trying to tell her. She
Okay,
wants to change her
so
vote.
I would
she
like,
can.
okay, I thought I was voting on the waiver with the amendment. I'm voting for the waiver, but just against the amendment. So however that should be reflected in the rule record is what I would like.
There was
You're
just no
changing your vote
motion
from-
for that. The motion was the waiver with the amendment.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you want to stay as a no?
Yeah, so then my vote stands.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks, Mary.
sure.
I'm going to push you on a little bit further, guys. I think that we can. Let's do the compliance council report.
We're still
Ms.
in,
White?
we're still in public.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have
That's
to
all
do that in, I'll take a motion then to go back into executive session. You're right.
So moved, Valentine.
In a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed? None. Ms. White, will move us into executive session. Alan?
All right, give
By
me
the
just
way,
a
Alan,
second.
have there been any comments from the public?
Not in public session, no, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead into
All right, Dr. Johnson, we're back.
Y'all are muted.
Yeah, y'all muted on your end.
Can I have a second?
There we go.
Start over, you were muted. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have a motion to accept compliance counsel's report?
So moved, Thomas.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Accepted. All right, moving on now to, we have two administrative complaints, 7020201 and 70202. Can I have a motion to accept
So moved, right
recommendation?
board.
Second,
Dr.
Thomas.
Moore? Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, then that's correct. Those are accepted. Dr. Creswell. Moving on to an interim action now, 70301. Can I have a motion to accept the advice of Dr. Creswell on that?
Motion to ratify.
Motion to ratify.
Second,
So
Moved,
moved.
Thomas.
Second, Clark.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then that's ratified. Okay, we're gonna do 704s now, which is to initiate a formal investigation. 70401 and 70402. Can I have a motion to ratify?
So moved, Clark.
Second,
Clark.
O'Neill. Second, O'Neill.
O'Neill seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? None, then those are ratified. Moving on now to commencing preliminary reviews on 70403, 70404, 70405, 70406, 70407, and 70408, all to initiate a preliminary review. Can I have a motion to ratify those?
Weather, so moved.
Who to ratify,
Whether-
Taylor?
O'Neill
Taylor?
second.
Yeah.
And
All in favor?
with recusing in place.
Have a recusal?
With
Okay, you
recusing,
have
yeah,
that,
with recusing
Mary?
in place.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None, then those are ratified, Dr. Creswell. Let's start with this.
It's not a ratification. It's a request. We're approving a request. It was a
Mary,
ratification.
what should the
Yeah,
motion should have been?
she's correct. Earlier, there was a ratification of an interim action, but
Should this one have been, Mary?
just a motion to initiate preliminary review that's been
A motion to
approved.
on 0401, 0402, 0403, 0404, 05, 06, 07, 08 to initiate a preliminary review. All
So
in
moved.
favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Then that's initiated. Now, we're on 70409, which is to extend a preliminary review. Can I have a motion to do that?
So moved, Clark.
Clark? Second,
Taylor?
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 I'm sorry? It was Taylor, yeah. Okay, all in favor to extend the preliminary review?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Then that passes as well. Now we have 70410 to extend a formal investigation. Can I have a motion for that?
Taylor?
That
Sport
was-
seconds.
That was Jim Taylor and Ms. Sport. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that formal investigation is extended. Now it comes to consent order 705s. In 70501, I am recused. So I'm not sure, is Terry still here? She had another meeting she had to attend for a while. Ms. Fort, would you conduct the deliberations on 70501 on a consent order?
Okay, we are asking for a motion for approval of the consent order in 7.5.1. Does anybody want to move to approve?
Move to approve O'Neill.
Okay,
Second, Clark.
thank you. Dr. Collada, would you call the roll on this one? Because I know that there's going to be a no vote.
And one moment, please. In the matter of 70501. Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor.
No.
Yeah, I think he said no.
Dr. Taylor, did you say no? We're not completely sure.
Correct. I said no.
Thank you. Dr. Weather.
Just come back to me. Thank you.
Dr. Horton.
Aye.
Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas. Dr. Johnson.
Recused.
Ms. Sport.
No.
Dr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Dr. Weather.
Yes.
You have 4 yeas and 2 nays. It passes.
Thank you. Moving on to 70502. I'm gonna, let me see. I'm gonna take 70502, 70503, and 70504 together.
Okay, move to approve.
Can I move to approve? Can I have a second?
Second.
Weather, second.
Weather seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Then these consent orders are approved. I'm going to take up 70505 now.
I'll move to deny.
There is a motion to deny. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
I'm sorry, that was Jim Taylor, second. All in favor of, or all in favor of denial of 70505?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed to denial of 70505?
No.
Nay.
Yay.
In favor of denial.
In favor of.
May I have to call the roll on that one?
In favor of approval.
You sure you don't want a roll call vote?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. We're gonna do a roll call on that one, if you would, Vincent, on a motion to deny the consent order.
6, is that it?
70505.
05, okay.
Yeah.
In the matter of 70505, motion to deny. Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Dr. Horton.
No.
Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas. Dr. Johnson.
No.
Ms. Sport.
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill.
Recluse.
Dr. Valentine.
Dr. Clark,
No.
You have a tie. It does not pass.
in this case, Mary, you can tell us, but I think Dr. Creswell would need to go back for a modification of consent order. Is that correct? As it stands now? Is that one
No.
remedy for this?
You voted not to, we had a tie vote on denying it. So, and I guess that.
It was a tie vote.
The tie vote.
Would the
So,
chair
I'm guessing
entertain a motion to accept the consent? Or you want
Guessing
to
that
vote
would turn
again?
out the same. So, yeah,
You
I
never
think
know.
Dr.
You never
Cresswell
know.
would have to go back. Yeah.
Do we know whether or not Dr. Valentine or Dr.
We're in real time.
No, I understand. I was just wondering if the other two board members are coming back.
We have no idea.
Perhaps one may come back later on.
Okay. Okay.
So what happens here is this consent order does not pass as it stands. Is that
Right.
correct,
That's
Larry? So
It did
you're
not pass.
planning, to-
Yes.
Larry's assignment would be to modify it to where it would pass?
Well, or he can attempt to do that. But, you know, he heard the discussion, so I'll leave it to him to decide how to handle that.
And you will bring it back next month, Larry?
If possible. Yes, sir.
It's possible, okay. In the matter of 705, 06, 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, and 12. Can I have a motion for acceptance of these?
Whether so moved.
Can I have a second?
Excuse me.
Is there a second?
I can't do it in Globo because I know I'm going to vote no on one.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Let's take it. 70506. Motion to, for
Motion to
consent.
approve.
Second,
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. 70507. Motion for concurrence,
Move to approve.
approval.
Second.
Second,
Mhm.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 70508. A motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second?
Whether second.
All in favor of the denial of 70508's consent order, say aye.
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 Opposed? Denied. Dr. Creswell, you will react appropriately to 70508.
Yes, sir.
70509. Motion, please.
Motion to approve 70509.
Second, please.
Second
All
O'Neill.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Approved. 70510.
Motion to approve.
Second,
O'Neill.
O'Neill seconds. All in favor?
With
Aye.
recusations in place.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any dissent? Passes. 7:05:11. What are
Motion
the
to
wish-
approve.
Motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second, O'Neill.
O'Neill, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. 7:05:12.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. May I have a second?
Second, Weather.
Weather seconds, all in favor? Aye.
With recusations.
What did she say?
What was that?
With recusation. Yes. Anybody opposed? None. Also passes. Moving on now to letters of concern. Dr. Creswell.
Oh, we have to go back into executive session.
Move to return to executive session.
Second,
Have a
O'Neill.
second. A second, O'Neill. If you would, Alan.
All right, we're going back.
Hey, James, can you ask him to move me to the breakout room? Hello? James?
Dr. Valentine, I'll text Tracy and get her to get his attention.
Thank you.
My pleasure. I've been left out of the whole thing the whole time, so. Hold on a sec, let me text her.
Okay, we're back, Dr. Johnson.
All right. 70601. Letter of concern. Can I have a motion?
So move, Clark.
So moved. Second,
Second.
Horton, all in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. Aye. Opposed? That is, all right, 70602. May I have a motion?
Move to approve the letter of concern.
Second,
Clark.
Weather second.
Mark, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Sport.
Passes. Oh, sport, as a nay on 70602, but it passes.
Mhm.
70603,
Motion to deny by sport.
or do I have a second?
Weather second.
Taylor,
Further seconds, all in favor of the denial of 70603's letter of concern, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. Fails. Dr. Creswell,
Yes, sir.
up to this point, what do we have as far as failures?
There are just,
Today, will you give me the numbers?
yep, 7.0505, 7.05.08, and 7.
Hold on just a second. What else?
There's just three: 7.05.05, 7.05.08, and 7.6.3.
Thank you. Just trying to get all that record keeping correct. Now we need to go back into executive session, Alan.
Yes, sir.
Pull those. I'm gonna have some.
Want to vote to do that?
Yeah, that's what I was. Thanks, Mary.
Motion and second?
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we passed.
Here we go. Okay, we're back. Need to unmute Dr. Johnson, Dr. Collada.
So we're gonna do closed cases. 70701, 70702, 70703, 70704, 506, or 708. Do I have an 09?
You could probably do 1 all the way to 23 if you want.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do. 1 to 23. Can I have a motion to consent for Doctor to close those cases?
So move, Dr. Johnson, Clark.
All right, Clark, have a second. Dr. Horton, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to those? No.
One
One on,
One
which
opposed,
one, Miss?
7.7.15. That's it.
1-5.
Okay.
That's it, but they all pass and they're all closed. Now, 0725, 0726. Can I have a motion to close those two?
So moved, Valentine.
Weather
Valentine,
second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Sport is opposed to 7.7.25.
2-5 closed, okay. But it passes. Now, 70724. 70724. Do I have a motion? What is the wishes of the board on that case?
Can I say something?
Uh,
I thought he had the COVID temporary license. So, he's not doing it.
Larry, would you like to speak we're in open session,
Understand.
but as to the closure of 70724?
Correct. That it's the one where the governor's proclamation precludes any additional action.
And not in the state practicing.
Correct.
Okay, can I have a motion to close this case?
Actually, if I recollect, I thought the issue was to seek a in-house counsel's review of that issue.
It may be.
Okay.
I would like to make that motion, Clark.
Second,
Okay, so we'll just do them individually then for you, Larry, but there may be several where that's the outcome.
Sure.
Okay.
I think that's 2-4 and 2-7.
Well, let's just do them one at a time. So we, to seek further counsel on that one, it'll remain in abeyance. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed on that course of action? So be it. Now, let's move on to 70727. Do I have a motion on that? Larry, would you please tell us quickly about that one again? I think that was the same issue.
Sure, that was a very similar issue. And again, advice was to discuss with
Further counsel
our counsel.
considerations. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Horton,
Second.
second Sport. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? None. So that one is still to be worked on, Larry.
Yep.
Take those two out for me. All right, now 70728.
And that is the one where I recommend seeking a judicial injunction.
Motion to seek introduction.
Second Weather.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay, so that concludes those. Thank you very much. Interesting situations as always. Now, we need to go back into executive session. Can I have a motion?
So moved, Horton.
Second.
Can I just get the numbers of the three that did not, that are going back to the board, general counsel for review, those numbers?
Larry, are we back in executive session now?
Not
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
waiting. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me, I thought we had
Give me a
further
second.
discussion.
070727.
Okay, we're back. Y'all
Thank you.
read.
Larry, what do you need as far as your 70801 report, malpractice report?
A motion to
Any-
approve?
Any action from us on that?
The move to approve the report.
Okay, Valentine moves to approve. Can I have a second? Dr. Horton, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, then that's approved. Now, in the matter of 7-1001, what is the wishes of the board? Larry, was this a straightforward close, or was this something you needed further elucidate help with? Dr. Criswell?
You're muted.
Yes, this was a straightforward, so just motion to approve closure.
Okay, can I have a motion to close 701?
Thomas,
Sport.
Dr. Horton. Ms. Sport seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. None opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Now, in the matter of 710.02, intent to deny.
We were going to get more information on that.
Corrected.
So, yes,
Yeah.
02, 03, and 05, we were going to stay these with and work with general counsel.
Okay, in the matters of 02, 03, and 05, may I have a motion to continue the evaluation of these three with the consideration of general counsel? Would
So
that
moved,
be
Thomas.
fair? Would that be enough, Mary?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, can I have that motion, please, someone?
So moved.
Dr. Horton,
Thomas.
can I have a second?
Thomas,
Sport.
Dr. Thomas, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. None. So those will be further investigated. That leaves 7-10-04.
And that one was straightforward, just request approval to close.
Right. I need a motion to close 7-10-04. Dr.
So
Horton,
moved, Sport.
second, Sport. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? None. That's closed. So thank you for that. Now moving on to, let's see,
Executive session.
where am I next?
Got to go back to executive session.
Back to executive
Go
session.
back to executive session first. Okay, I'll have a motion to go back to executive session from Dr. Horton. A second, please.
O'Neill.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay. Think we're back now, Alan?
We are now back.
Okay, so I'll need, we had the 801, 01 and 02 closed case summaries. What is the wishes, what do we need for that? Larry, just to approve those? Dr. Creswell?
You're muted, Larry.
Yes, I'm sorry. Just need approval for 8.1.1 and 8.1.2.
Yes, if I could have a motion.
Move to approve the closed case summaries 0801,
Second, O'Neill.
01 and 0801, 02.
Can I have a second?
O'Neill.
O'Neill, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Being none, they are, what are they?
Approved.
Approved. Now, we're gonna look at, there are no, let's see, are there any 9.01?
No, sir.
No, there were none this month. So we'll take up the issues in 902. 902, we'll do them individually. 90201, general disciplinary, wishes of the board.
I'm just requesting a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Thomas.
A second from Rita.
Second Valentine.
Second Valentine. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. That's approved for you on 01, Larry. On the matter of 02.
For 02, it's motion to approve.
A motion to approve, please.
Thomas.
Motion to approve.
And Rita, I think that's Dr. Thomas, and then Rita seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes. On the matter of 03.
03 was motion to approve the practice setting.
Practice. Move to approve practice setting as
Just adding.
recommended by the Dr. Creswell. Can I have that motion?
So move.
That's Weather. Can I have a second?
Thomas.
Thomas? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None? All right, I'm gonna skip over to 05. Larry?
Sure. And 5, it's this is just a request. You can either approve or deny. And that's for reinstatement.
My understanding was they were going to ask for attorney review.
Further
Oh,
elucidation
okay.
of this.
What are we reviewing again?
We were
The
going
laws
to
with
look
regard
at-
to reinstatement.
Okay.
with the variational themes of the rules and whatnot, various types of licensees. So this one will be, can I have a motion to have it, what would be the motion you need for that, Larry, to study that some more?
Just table it for a month.
Just table for a month,
Okay.
is that what you said? Okay, Rita's motion is to table 05 for the moment. Can I have a second?
I'll second
Second,
it.
Valentine, all in favor of tabling?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It's tabled. Now, 04, Dr. Thomas, would you call the vote on that for us? We're recused.
Yes, so we need a motion on 9.0204. I think there was some concern about which one of the options that we wanted to approve. Can someone give a motion to that effect?
I've moved
Approval of
to
Dr. Creswell's recommendation?
My recommendation was the third choice, which I don't know if I can say what that third choice was at this point. Can I?
You can just, maybe just say number 3.
It was a little, right, location.
Yeah, the Family Practice Clinic in Hodges.
Yeah, so I'll make the motion to accept number 3.
Second motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Need to
Thank
bring
you.
back in Dr. There we go.
Let's see. What else is
Hey,
this?
Mary, just make sure you have me down as reclused on Ashad.
I do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing else to do.
Yikes.
Okay. That concludes our business. Is there any other business of the board? Oh, excuse me, where are we? We're in open session?
Executive session. We're back in open session right now.
Oh, we're in open session? We voted on everything, okay. Is there anything else to be brought before the board, concerns or issues?
No, sir.
Anything from anyone else, Vincent?
Not for me, sir.
Okay, thank y'all so much for the day.
Okay, thank you.
Once again, we're a little bit in limbo on the situation with the COVID and the way we meet. I hate not to get to New Orleans and to see all of you and feel a little bit more together, but I guess we'll see. Vincent, have you talked to anyone recently at the LDH about the?
Last week, they were anticipating that the cases were going to start to drop, but they're still holding it pretty high right now. We'll just have to see.
Well, what we'll do is I will try to, within the next week to 10 days, Vincent, if you would, check with LDH and the executive branch and see if they think we should have another meeting in February by Zoom at least. And if they do, that's what we'll do. We'll also monitor what's going on with the mayor in New Orleans itself. And we'll see, and I'll let all of you know just as soon as possible so you can make arrangements with your schedules and travel and such as that. Other than that, thank you very much. And I'll accept a motion to
Move to adjourn?
move to adjourn. Can I hear a second on that?
Thomas?
Dr. Thomas seconds. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Thank you.